Greetings, my fellow adventurers. It's Alara. Welcome back to our cozy sanctuary, where the echoes of steel and the whispers of fate weave together a tale of sacrifice, brotherhood, and the untamed power that shaped the world. Tonight, I'm delighted to share with you a legendary tale of the first Witchers. A story that takes us to the dark halls of Rissberg Castle, where alchemy and ambition gave birth to warriors unlike any the world had seen before. From the harrowing trials of their creation to the rise and fall of their brotherhood, this tale is one of courage, betrayal, and the eternal struggle between monsters and those who hunt them. So, find your warmest cloak, let the firelight flicker, and allow yourself to be drawn into the origins of the Witchers, their triumphs, their tragedies, and the legacy they left behind. Let's begin. In an age of chaos and shadow, long after the conjunction of the spheres had bled monsters into the world, fear ruled the nights. Villages burned under the onslaught of ghastly creatures from beyond. Fork-tongued kikimoras lurking in swamps, howling werewolves prowling forest roads, and winged drakes swooping out of the sky to carry off livestock and children. The elder races, elves and dwarves, retreated to their enclaves, and humankind cowered behind city walls. Yet even stout walls and sharp steel proved feeble against talons and fangs born of another realm. As the deaths mounted and the pleas of common folk grew desperate, the rulers of the northern kingdoms turned to those who had long delved in arcane solutions, the mages. In marble halls, lit by magic and candlelight, the brotherhood of sorcerers convened to debate how to rid the land of monsters. Spells alone were not enough. Monsters bred faster than mages could smite them. Whispers grew of a dark solution, to forge a new kind of hunter, one with a human's intellect and a beast's reflexes, a warrior tempered with magic to fight magic. It was a notion fraught with moral peril. To achieve it, they would have to remake children into weapons. Many sorcerers recoiled, deeming it an abomination, but a visionary few saw necessity beyond ethics. If ordinary men were too frail and conventional magic too limited, perhaps a mutant could walk between worlds, human enough to control, monstrous enough to match the horrors. Thus, in secret pact with a handful of kings, some intrigued by the idea of living weapons for their own agendas, the plan was set in motion. Deep in the mountains, in the dank vaults of Rissberg Castle, preparations began. Ulsur, a brilliant but obsessive mage, and his mentor Cosimo Malaspina, gathered like-minded sorcerers willing to defy the normal strictures. They cleared out dungeons and dusted off forbidden tomes. Across the realms, they scoured for the unwanted. War orphans, street urchins, even the occasional peasant child bought for a pouch of gold. By torchlight, these innocents were led in chains or bundled in carts to Rissberg's gated keep, largely unaware of the fate that was about to be thrust upon them. Among them was a Skelligan boy with storm-gray eyes and unyielding spirit, and a timid Adernian girl with straw-blonde hair and a soft voice. Each carried their own sorrows, torn from whatever life they had, about to enter a nightmare that would remake the world. The stone corridors of Rissberg Castle rang, with the cries of children in the dead of night. Erland of Larvik, a skeleton boy of perhaps 12, pressed his back to the cold wall of his cell, trying to recall the soothing crash of sea waves to drown out a distant scream. In the neighboring cell, an Aedirnian girl named Jagoda sobbed prayers to any god who might listen. Erland clenched his fists, fear and determination warring within him. "I will not die here," he promised himself, thinking of the pirates who had slaughtered his family and left him orphaned, and of the strange hope the mages had given him that he might one day be strong enough to exact vengeance on the terrors of the world. By day, the mages drove their captives mercilessly to prepare them for the coming ritual. Erland of Ulivo put them through brutal physical tests, climbing sheer castle walls, running blindfolded through trap-laden courtyards, endurance runs on scant water and sleep. Even before the mutations began, a few children perished. One boy fell from a rampart during a climb, and another simply did not wake up after a night of sickness from the strange mushroom stews they were fed. Those who remained grew leaner, tougher, and increasingly terrified as they realized something even worse than the training loomed ahead. At last, the fateful day arrived. One by one, the children were led from their cells into a dank subterranean laboratory lit by ghostly mage lights. When it was Erland's turn, 2 apprentices dragged him from Jagoda's desperate embrace and marched him down a spiral stair. The heavy door creaked open to reveal Alzur's sanctum of sorcery. Tables crowded with alembics and vials, the air reeking of bittersweet herbs and acid. In the center stood a stone slab like an altar. Erland's heart thundered. He saw dark stains upon the slab, and shackles hanging open, recently used for the ones who went before him. "Stay strong, boy. Remember why we do this," came a low voice. It was Alzur himself, standing at the ready with sleeves rolled up. Erland barely had time to register the words before he was strapped onto the slab. Leather belts, cinching his limbs and chest so tightly he could scarcely breathe. He caught a glimpse of Cosimo Malespina's lined face hovering above, the old mage's eyes full of sorrow. Then Cosimo gently forced a cup between Erland's lips. "Drink," he commanded softly. Erland had no choice. The potion scalded down his throat, a concoction of caustic herbs, and who knew what monster parts, thick and vile. He gagged, tried to spit it out, but Alzur's assistants clamped his jaw shut until he swallowed. The reaction was immediate. A torrent of agony ignited in his veins, spreading outwards from his stomach. Erland arched against his bonds as liquid fire seemed to course through his body. He screamed, a raw, involuntary shriek that bounced off the stone walls. Somewhere above, Erland began a droning incantation, and an apprentice inserted a long needle into Erland's arm, injecting mutagenic fluid distilled from magical creatures. The pain redoubled. It felt as if his bones were being scorched hollow, and his marrow replaced with molten lead. Erland's vision went white. He lost all sense of time and place, aware only of suffering. Dimly, Erland forced one thought through the haze of torment. Survive. Just survive. He clung to that like a lifeline, recalling his mother's gentle lullaby on stormy nights, using the memory as a shield against the pain. After an eternity, the convulsions subsided. Erland's muscles went slack. He drifted on the edge of darkness, unsure if he was alive or dead. A scream, high-pitched and filled with terror, cut through the silence, snapping Erland back to awareness. It was Jagoda. Erland managed to turn his head on the slab. On a nearby table, Jagoda's small form writhed as mages hovered over her. "Jagoda," Erland croaked, his throat raw. Jagoda's pale face was contorted in anguish. Cosimo was at her side, chanting and channeling healing magic, but to no avail. With one last, heart-rending cry, the girl's body seized and then fell limp. Jagoda, who had sung lullabies to comfort the younger kids at night, who had shared with Erland dreams of seeing her little brother again, was gone. A quiet sob hiccuped in Erland's chest. He turned his face away, tears leaking down his cheeks onto the cold stone. When the trial finally ended, only 5 of the original 38 children still drew breath. Erland was one of them. In the aftermath, the survivors huddled together in a corner of the laboratory floor, wrapped in blankets and trembling with exhaustion. They were alive, though forever changed. One boy's hair had turned bone white from shock. Another's pupils had narrowed to feline slits. Erland realized that his own eyesight had sharpened dramatically. Even in the dim torchlight, he could see each mote of dust dancing in the air. Where Jagoda's covered body lay, Cosimo stood silently, head bowed. Alzur, on the other hand, moved briskly among the survivors, checking pulses and peering into eyes. "Remarkable," Erland heard the head mage murmur, equal parts triumph and regret. Out of cruelty and science, they had wrought something new. Witchers. That night, Erland found a polished steel shield, left forgotten in a corridor, and caught his reflection by flickering candlelight. The face staring back hardly looked human, gaunt, ghost white in places where his skin had scarred, and the eyes were those of a wild animal, gold irises with narrow, vertical pupils. Erland shivered. He knew not what kind of future awaited him and his surviving brothers, only that they were no longer ordinary humans. Gently touching his strange eyes, Erland swore a silent oath. Whatever they had become, whatever had been done to them, it would not be for nothing. He and the others would make this suffering count. They would protect others from the darkness, even if they remained forever in the dark themselves. The handful of survivors emerged from the trials broken and changed, but alive, the first of their kind. In the weeks that followed, the mages of Rissberg subjected the 5 boys to constant examinations. Cosimo and Alzur logged every alteration. The slitted cat eyes that now granted perfect night vision, the enhanced muscles and quickened reflexes, the alchemical tolerance that let the lads stomach poisons that would fell an ox. There were disappointments, too. Although the mutations had opened the boys' bodies to the flow of magic, none could cast spells like a true mage. At best, they could perform simple sign magic with intense concentration, a far cry from the battle mages some sponsors had hoped for. This realization led several of the more conservative sorcerers to label the experiment a qualified failure. The Witchers were formidable, yes, but not the mage warriors originally envisioned. Nevertheless, Alzur and Cosimo pressed on, determined to prove the worth of their creations. They recruited experts from across the continent to mold the boys into true monster slayers. Veteran huntsmen taught the youths tracking and survival, how to read footprints in mud, to move silently through brush, and to recognize the territorial markings of various beasts. Alchemists schooled them in brewing potions and oils, decoctions of celandine for healing, mixtures of veratrum and brionia to sharpen their senses, and blade oils distilled from silver and foxglove to bite deep into cursed flesh. And master-at-arms from distant lands trained them daily in combat. Erland and his peers spent hours dodging swinging, blunted pendulums to improve their reflexes, fencing blindfolded to attune their other senses, and sparring with each other under the stern eye of sword-masters. Bruises became as common as bread, but each day honed their lethal skills further. Despite the brutal regimen, a camaraderie grew among the boys. They ate, slept, and bled together. In stolen moments by the hearth at night, they shared the stories of their pasts, forging bonds over their lost families and former lives. Maddock joked about how thievery had landed him in this better-than-the-gallows fate, drawing a laugh even from Dur Ivar. Rhys spoke quietly of the family and village he failed to save from ghouls, while Arnahad muttered that hunger and hardship had been his only kin before the mages took him in. Erland, the Skellige lad, recounted a childhood of sea winds and salt, and how he dreamed that these new mutations might make him strong enough to never feel helpless again. Around the crackling fire, they pledged, perhaps naively, to use their unnatural gifts for a good purpose, to ensure that what they had endured would mean something. Even as the Witchers grew stronger, outside support for the project was crumbling. The Brotherhood of Sorcerers, wary of bad publicity and alarmed by the Witcher's limited magical ability, decided to withdraw official backing. In their eyes, the mutations were too unpredictable, and the results too independent. Before long, the Witchers were politely, then forcibly, asked to leave Rissberg Castle. Rather than see their efforts ended, Alzur, Cosimo, and a few loyal colleagues chose to become renegades from the Brotherhood. They spirited the surviving Witchers away, under cover of night. The mages led the boys to a new refuge, the abandoned stronghold of Morgraig Castle, hidden in the Kestrel Mountains, between Kaedwen and Redania. There, free from prying eyes, the Order of Witchers was officially born. In the drafty courtyard of Morgraig, the Witchers continued their training, and even underwent further experimental trials, albeit in smaller doses, as Alzur refined the mutagenic formula. A wandering knight-errant named Taliesin Llewellyn soon joined them as a combat instructor. With a black griffin emblazoned on his shield, Taliesin, whom the Witcher boys nicknamed Griffin, taught them southern sword techniques and, more importantly, spoke at length about chivalry and responsibility. He reminded the young mutants that they were not mindless killers, but protectors forged for a purpose. His lessons on honor and virtue resonated deeply with Erland of Larvik, planting seeds that would later bloom in the ethos of an entire Witcher school. By the time spring melted the snows on Morgraig's towers, the first generation of Witchers was as ready as they'd ever be. They had been poked and prodded, trained and tested, until monster hunting had become second nature. No longer frightened children, they were lean, yellow-eyed warriors eager to prove themselves. Donning medallions and gear crafted specially for them, including precious silver blades to complement their steel swords, the Witchers set out into the world. Ahead of them lay the true test of their existence, facing the horrors that stalked the land, and finding their place among the humans they were created to defend. Not long after their final trials, the first Witchers took up their blades in earnest. Their initial contract came in a misty valley on Kaedwen's frontier, where a griffin had made its roost. Riding into the village of Elmuk, Erland and his brethren met the very terror they were created to dispel, and also the wary fear of ordinary folk. Peasants peered from behind shutters at the amber-eyed mutants, and even the king's armored observer, who accompanied them, kept a hand near his sword, unsure what to fear more, the monster or its hunters. At dawn, the Witchers tracked the griffin to a craggy nest above the pastures. Working in concert, they executed the plan drilled into them. Traps were laid. A bomb was tossed to startle the beast, and as the enraged creature struck, they harried it from all sides. A blast of the Ard sign sent the griffin crashing to the ground, and Arnahad's spear pierced one wing, while Erland's silver blade found its heart. The battle was fierce but swift. In minutes, the griffin lay dead at their feet. The villagers, drawn by the sounds of combat, watched in astonishment as the Witchers hacked off the monster's head and hauled the grotesque trophy back to Elmuk. For the first time, the Witchers experienced what it meant to be saviors, yet outcasts. The grateful alderman paid them a reward, amid effusive thanks, and a few brave souls cheered as the griffin's head was mounted on a stake. But that evening, when Erland approached the village inn for lodging, the door remained half-closed. The innkeeper stammered that all rooms were full, though they were not, and offered a spot in the barn instead. Mothers whispered prayers to ward off evil as the Witchers passed by. One curious child, who ran up to touch Maddox's medallion, was swiftly pulled away by her frightened mother. The Witchers took their supper apart from the villagers around a lonely fire. Before they departed, the royal knight observing them delivered the king's edict in a cold tone. The Witchers were to quit Kaedwen immediately. "His Majesty thanks you for your service," the knight said, "but for the peace of his realm, you are not to linger." There was no mistaking the disdain in his eyes. They had done their duty, yet still were unwelcome. Arnag had muttered angrily as they rode out, "We bleed for them and they treat us like lepers." Erland could only place a calming hand on his comrade's shoulder and urge him onward. It was a lesson they would confront time and again. They were needed, but not wanted. In the months that followed, the Witchers ranged across the northern kingdoms, taking on one deadly threat after another. They exterminated a nest of ghouls feasting in a battlefield's mass grave in Temeria, saving a hamlet from the plague that would have ensued. They cornered and slew a leshen that had enthralled an entire forest in Redania, freeing woodcutters to return to work, though the superstitious folk fled from the Witchers afterward, as if they were just another sort of forest demon. Each new contract proved their mettle, and each time, the survivors of those they saved offered coin and a terse thanks, tempered by fearful glances at the Witcher's strange eyes and deadly prowess. Despite the mixed receptions, the Witchers took pride in their purpose. They had been cast out of Rissberg as failed experiments, but out in the world, they were anything but failures. Monsters fell before them. Villages slept safer, and word of these mutant monster slayers began to spread. With coin from contracts, the Witchers made improvements to their gear and brewed better potions. They began developing informal codes for dealing with people. Erland counseled patience and politeness no matter the insults, while others like Arnahad scoffed and said a bit of fear in their employers might not be a bad thing. When the snows of winter grew deep, the Witchers made their way back to Castle Morgraig. This became their routine. In spring and summer, they followed the path, roaming wherever horrors needed hunting, and each winter they returned to the keep to recuperate. That first winter at Morgraig was almost joyous. Around roaring fires, the hardened young men who had survived the trials swapped tales of their hunts, some triumphant, some horrific. They mourned their fallen too, for not all those who set out had come back. A few of the newer Witchers had met their end in distant swamps or lonely caves, victims of venom or missteps. In the warmth of the hall, they raised mugs in honor of those lost, vowing to remember them. It was during these winter gatherings that the Witchers truly began to forge an identity as a brotherhood. They improved their fighting techniques by sharing what they learned battling each type of beast. They refined their alchemical brews, with Erland and the more studious Witchers recording which concoctions worked best against curses or specters. All the while, Taliesin Griffin, the old knight mentor, continued to counsel them, not just in swordplay, but in ethics. He often reminded them of the higher calling that set them apart from common sellswords. Around the long table, some Witchers even laughed and allowed themselves a bit of youthful camaraderie, a brief echo of simpler days before fate had twisted their lives. But even in those early winters, shadows lurked. Rumors filtered in with each returning group, whispers that certain kings were eyeing the Witchers with suspicion, that village priests were denouncing them as cursed spawn, that the brotherhood of sorcerers quietly regretted ever letting the mutants walk free. Though they were largely insulated at Morgraig, these murmurs planted seeds of worry. Erland often reassured the brethren, "Do your duty honorably, and the rest will sort itself out." And for a time, it seemed it might. Yet the gathering storm could not be ignored indefinitely. The next spring, as the Witchers prepared to ride out again, a messenger arrived at Morgraig, bearing a summons from a great king. Politics, which the Witchers had tried so hard to avoid, was about to intrude upon their lives, and the cracks in their fellowship, invisible during the good times, would soon be forced open. The politics of the realm inevitably caught up with the Witchers. During a winter gathering at Morgraig, a royal decree arrived, embossed with the seal of Redania. King Radovid had summoned representatives of the Witchers to his court. Some feared a trap, but Erland insisted on meeting the monarch in good faith, hoping to secure an understanding that would let Witchers operate without interference. In the marble throne room of Tretogor, Erland and Maddox stood before King Radovid and his glittering assembly of nobles, and notably the king's stern court sorcerer, a delegate of the Brotherhood. The king praised the Witcher's successes against monsters, then coolly proposed what he called a mutually beneficial arrangement. In effect, Radovid wanted the Witchers to swear fealty to Redania. They would become a sanctioned order under his rule, answerable to the crown, taking on monster contracts exclusively at royal behest, and perhaps other tasks as well. In return, he offered continued funding, protection from hostile mobs, and the king's legal blessing. Erland's heart sank at the proposal. Binding themselves to any king's yoke was exactly what he feared. Choosing careful words, he thanked Radovid for his offer, but respectfully declined. The Witchers were created to defend all people, not to serve as any one kingdom's private army. At that, Radovid's friendly veneer grew cold. The royal sorcerer stepped forward and bluntly accused the Witchers of harboring dangerous ambitions, noting that their independence made rulers nervous, and that unsupervised mutants could become a threat to humans. Radovid, fingers drumming on his gilded chair, issued a thinly veiled ultimatum. If the Witchers would not bow to a crown, they would find themselves with no place in any realm. Recall, the king warned, that the same hands that created you can also put an end to you, should you grow unruly. The meeting ended with strained politeness, but Erland left with a chill in his blood. He had gone seeking peace, and left with a warning that echoed like a threat. Back at Morgraig, he convened the remaining Witchers and relayed the king's words. Many reacted with anger or scorn. "They fear us because they don't control us," Maddock grumbled, slamming a gauntlet on the table. Younger Witchers bristled at the idea of bowing to rulers who insulted them. For a moment, Erland wondered if they should have struck a compromise to avoid future persecution, but Arnahad's fierce response quenched that thought. "We're no one's dogs on a leash. Let them try to collar us. They'll lose a hand." Around this time, the mages who had midwifed the Witchers into existence began to distance themselves as well. The brotherhood of sorcerers, embarrassed by what they saw as a moral and political blunder, officially banned any further attempts to create Witchers, declaring the trials too cruel. Quietly, many mages were also anxious about these mutants roaming unchecked. The aged Cosimo Malaspina, heartsick at the Order's troubles and under pressure from his peers, departed Morgraig and returned to more orthodox pursuits. Even the legendary Alzur, never one to stay in one place, grew restless and left on a journey to pursue other magical ambitions. Some say he went off in search of creating even more powerful creatures, a venture that ultimately led to his own doom. The Witchers continued taking contracts, but now with a growing sense that they walked a razor's edge between serving the people and provoking the rulers. One particularly grim incident drove this home. In Temeria, Arnahad and Ivar undertook a job involving a Striga, a cursed young princess who turned into a feral beast by night. The Witchers managed to lift the curse rather than kill the creature, restoring the girl to human form. But the local noble who had hired them secretly hoped the Striga would be slain, for she was his rival's heir, whose death would profit him. Furious that the Witchers thwarted his scheme, the noble refused to pay, and sent his guards to ambush Arnahad and Ivar as they departed. The Witchers, of course, defended themselves, and when the dust settled, the Temerian noble's guards lay dead or dying on the forest floor. Though Arnahad felt no remorse for killing armed men who attacked him, the bloodshed further tarnished the Witcher's reputation. Word reached Morgraig that mutant brutes had butchered a noble's retinue. Around the hearth that winter, this event sparked fierce debate. Erland argued that they should avoid situations that pit them against humans. Slaying even in self-defense could turn public opinion irreversibly against them. Arnag had bristled at that. Are we to let ourselves be cut down to keep some lordling's conscience clear? We did what was necessary. If they dare attack us, they get what they deserve. Some witchers nodded at Arnahad's words, while others murmured agreement with Erland's caution. The fellowship that had once been united in purpose now found itself divided by ideology and temperament. Late into that night, as arguments gave way to sullen silence, and the witchers drifted off to their beds, a palpable tension lingered in Morgraig's halls. Erland stood on the battlements, looking out at the moonlit snow blanketing the courtyard, and felt a pang of dread. The Order of Witchers had survived the horrors of the trials and the rigors of the path, but now he feared it might not survive the strains of human fear and internal strife. The first Witchers had been forged to fight monsters, but what if the greatest threat to their kind was growing within their own ranks? Unbeknownst to Erland, that threat would soon manifest, and the original brotherhood of Witchers would face its ultimate test from within. As seasons passed at Morgraig Castle, the fault lines within the Order of Witchers widened. The pressures from outside, the distrust of kings, and the censure of the brotherhood magnified every internal disagreement. By now, the first Witchers had been joined by newer recruits, and not all shared the same sense of duty or restraint. Erland often convened councils in the main hall, urging unity and reminding all of their purpose. We must stand together, or surely we will fall apart. Yet whispers spread in shadowed corners. Some Witchers grumbled that Erland's code was an impossible ideal, others that Arnahad's fierce methods invited disaster, and still others quietly sided with the enigmatic Ivar's belief that they should pursue their own secret goals. The bonds of brotherhood, once forged in shared suffering, were fraying under mistrust. One fateful evening, a heated argument erupted over a seemingly simple issue, whether to accept a certain contract that entangled them in a feudal dispute. Erland refused, citing their neutrality. Arnahad, who had returned from a grueling hunt to find coin coffers low, and some Witchers hungry, openly challenged him in front of the others. Neutrality won't fill our bellies, Arnahad growled, nor keep the kings from turning on us. Perhaps it's time we worry about our own. Rhys defended Erland's stance. We're not assassins or soldiers for hire. We stray from our path. We become the monsters. The air simmered with anger and frustration. Old wounds of resentment laid bare. That night proved the breaking point. As the meeting adjourned, harsh words between Arnahad and Rhys turned to blows in a torchlit corridor. Arnahad, bursting with pent-up fury, attacked Rhys with the pommel of his sword, sending the lean Witcher crashing into a pillar. Rhys crumpled, blood at his temple, barely alive. A hush fell as everyone realized what had occurred. A Witcher had raised a hand against his brother. Arnahad, chest heaving, seemed to come to himself a moment too late. Horror and regret flickered across his face. He had nearly killed Rhys in a fit of rage. Erland rushed to Rhys's side, finding a pulse, faint but present. He rounded on Arnahad, shock and sorrow in his eyes. Other Witchers drew their weapons part way, uncertain whether to restrain Arnahad or defend him. For an instant, Morgraig stood on the knife's edge of an all-out brawl. Arnahad's closest supporters, a handful of witchers who admired his strength and shared his grievances, moved to stand behind him. Erland, voice cold with disappointment, said, "Brother, what have you done?" Arnaghad's jaw clenched as he wrestled with guilt. "What I thought I had to," he rumbled, though the anger in his tone had given way to anguish. He looked at the unconscious Rhys and then at the circle of witchers around him, some horrified, some furious. "If you would punish me, so be it," Arnaghad spat bitterly. "But I will not wait to be chained." Without another word, Arnaghad strode out of the hall. His loyal friends closed ranks and followed, fending off a few who lunged to stop them. They fled into the night, horses saddled hastily and galloping into the darkness beyond Morgraig's gates. Thus did Arnaghad abandon the order, taking a faction of witchers with him. In the days that followed, messengers brought word that Arnaghad and his comrades were seen heading into the high passes of the Amel Mountains of the south. Erland could only bow his head in sorrow. One of their strongest, who had endured so much beside them, was gone, and with him a piece of their fraternity. In time, rumors would say Arnag had established the School of the Bear in those remote peaks, where he and his followers lived by their own law, hardy, unyielding, and far removed from the squabbles of kingdoms or the idealism of Erland's teachings. Back at Morgraig, the aftermath of Arnaghad's departure was catastrophic. The Order had lost some of its most experienced witchers, and worse, spilled its own blood. Though Rhys eventually recovered from his injuries, the moral wound to the Brotherhood was deep. Trust, once absolute, was shattered. Erland tried to mend what he could. He forbade any pursuit of Arnaghad, insisting no more witcher blood be spilt. He gathered the remaining members and implored them to stay true to their mission. Some listened, but others scoffed quietly that the order was finished. Not even a fortnight later, a second blow fell. A contingent of younger witchers, many of them restless apprentices who had chafed under discipline, decided to desert. Inspired perhaps by Arnaghad's bold defiance, and hearing whispers that he was forming his own independent group, they saw no reason to remain in what they viewed as a sinking ship. Led by a hot-headed witcher named Geralt of Rivia, 20 of these dissidents plotted in secret to form their own school, where there would be no Erland or mages to lecture them. Under cover of midnight, they raided the laboratory stores, stealing mutagenic ingredients, potion manuals, and whatever coin they could find. A sentry raised an alarm, and a few loyal witchers rushed to stop the theft. Scuffles broke out in the dark halls. A couple of deserters and loyalists even drew blades on each other amid shouted curses. Before the situation escalated further, Geralt barked an order, and the group of renegades fled, vanishing into the wilds with their stolen knowledge. Come dawn, Erland surveyed the ransacked laboratory and the dwindling number of witchers left by his side. It hit him that the Order of Witchers as he knew it was effectively dead. Their unity was in tatters. Arnaghad's followers gone to the mountains, Gezra's band of malcontents vanished. They would later surface far to the south, founding the School of the Cat at a place called Rissberg Castle, where they donned cat medallions and embraced a mercenary life free from the Order's rules. Only a handful of witchers remained at Morgraig now, mostly those who were steadfastly loyal to Erland's vision, or too injured or uncertain to leave. Among them were veterans like Maddock, the ever stalwart, and Rhys, still recuperating but resolute, as well as several of the original first-generation witchers and a few promising trainees. Erland faced a bitter truth. The dream that began at Morgraig, of one united order of monster slayers, had turned to ash. Too much bad blood had been spilled, and forces within and without had ripped them apart. He wandered the silent corridors of the keep, passing empty rooms that once rang with the laughter and camaraderie of dozens of young witchers. In the great hall, only a few places were set at the table, where once a throng gathered on winter nights. The very air felt colder, heavy with ghosts of what might have been. One winter morning, as snow piled in the castle yard, Erland gathered the remaining witchers by the hearth. His face was lined with sorrow, but a determined light still shone in his eyes. "This chapter has ended," he said quietly, gesturing to the ruins of their fellowship around them. "But our story is not over. We cannot change what has happened here, but we can choose what we do next." They leaned in, listening. Erland continued, voice gaining strength. "We were made to protect the innocent from the horrors of the dark. That purpose remains true, even if the order that first bound us is gone. I will not see more of us die for pride or hatred. Instead, I will lead whoever wishes to follow to a new home, a fresh start, where we can uphold our calling without the shadow of these tragedies." No one protested. In truth, most felt relief at his words. And so, with heavy hearts, Erland of Larvik and the last faithful witchers abandoned Morgraig Castle. They lit torches to the archives that could not be carried, denying any hostile mage or lord the chance to seize their secrets. On the keep's tallest tower, Erland left a carving of a griffin, the emblem once borne by their beloved mentor Taliesin, as a silent memorial to all that transpired. Then they rode out, closing the gates of the dark, cold fortress behind them, perhaps forever. Erland's company traveled northward, far from the reach of bickering kings. 13 strong, they eventually settled at a craggy stronghold by the Kestrel Mountains' northern spur, an abandoned castle known as Caer Seren. There they founded the School of the Griffin, named in honor of Taliesin, Griffin, and the virtues of chivalry and wisdom he instilled. In this new school, Erland and his companions tried to preserve the best of what the Order had stood for, training the next generation of witchers to be disciplined monster hunters who also valued knowledge, honor, and compassion. The Griffins carried on Erland's legacy, though fate would test them too in later years, when Caer Seren met its own peril and decline. With Erland's departure, Morgraig stood nearly empty. A few witchers who had not followed him, either too world-weary or simply absent during the exodus, lingered briefly in the ghost castle. They realized staying was futile and chose another path. These last few, led by a weathered witcher with practical sensibilities, journeyed east to the remote Kaer Valley in Kaedwen. There, among snow-blanketed peaks and deep forests teeming with monsters, they found an old keep to call home. These survivors established the School of the Wolf, so named for the howling wolves that prowled the valley at night, and perhaps for the lone, wild nature of those who founded it. The wolves adopted a medallion shaped like a wolf's head and forged a new identity, focused purely on the Witcher's trade. Under the school of the wolf, Witchers like Vesemir, who would be trained in the century to come, held tightly to the principle of neutrality and brotherhood, mindful of how internecine strife had nearly destroyed them at Morgraig. Kaer Morhen became a sanctuary where a new lineage of Witchers thrived for a time, until, generations later, fanaticism and fear led a mob to attack the fortress, causing yet another downfall in the Witcher's sad litany of tragedies. In the wake of the Order's collapse, other Witcher schools also sprang from the seeds sown at Morgraig. Arnahad's School of the Bear endured in harsh climes, its members few but formidable, eschewing politics entirely. In Arnahad's later years, his dominance was challenged by a treacherous Witcher within his ranks, Ivar Evil Eye. Consumed by a personal quest, and convinced that Arnahad's ways held the bears back, Ivar attempted to assassinate his old mentor. Arnahad survived the attempt, but the schism it caused drove Ivar and his followers away. They traveled to the far south and east to found the School of the Viper in the Tirtocher Mountains, where, under snake-emblazoned medallions, they pursued Ivar's obsession with esoteric threats, some say even vowing to confront the spectral wild hunt itself. And Gezris's breakaway group, the School of the Cat, evolved into a band of unpredictable swords for hire, infamous for occasionally taking contracts on humans, and for internal discord that would plague them for years to come. What had begun as one order fractured into many schools, each rising with its own philosophy, and eventually, in some cases, meeting its own fall. The idyllic dream of a single, united guild of Witchers was gone. In its place, the wolf, griffin, cat, bear, viper, and even far-flung manticore schools carried on the Witcher trade separately. They would sometimes cooperate, oft-times compete, and occasionally come into conflict, but never again would all Witchers gather under one roof as they had in the halls of Morgraig. In the centuries that followed, the tale of the first Witchers faded into obscurity, known only to a few sages and the Witchers themselves. What happened at Morgraig became a cautionary legend, whispered at Kaer Morhen's hearth, and inscribed in crumbling journals at Kaer Seren. The common folk, seeing only grim-faced mutants with swords on their backs, never fully understood that these warriors were the products of both great sacrifice and great sorrow. Yet the legacy of those early days endured. Each Witcher school carried a piece of the Order's story. The wolves guarded their hard-won neutrality and brotherhood, mindful of how internal strife had nearly destroyed them. The griffins upheld chivalric ideals taught by Erland. The cats lived by their own law on the fringes of morality. The bears kept to solitary strength, and the vipers delved into shadowy quests. Their rise and fall continued over time. Strongholds collapsed or were abandoned as monsters grew rarer, or as fear drove people against them. But the Witcher's path persisted as long as humanity needed blades against the darkness. Though few outside the Brotherhood know this full history, its essence lives on in every Witcher who walks the path. Each time a Witcher accepts a coin for slaying a beast, amid the wary gratitude of villagers, he unwittingly honors the memory of the first of his kind. The first witchers paid a terrible price to defend a world that feared them. The lessons of their creation, their noble intentions, and their bitter conflicts quietly endure. A silent admonition, an inspiration to those who bear the Witcher's medallion and tread the lonely path of monsters and men. As the tale of the first Witchers, their trials, betrayals, and the legacy they forged draws to a close, let this story remind us that true strength is not born from power alone, but from the will to endure, the bonds of brotherhood, and the choices that shape destiny. Though the path of the Witcher is one of solitude, their journey is never truly lonely, for every step echoes with the footsteps of those who came before. In the hush of the night, as the stars watch over the world, let their story be a whisper in the wind, a quiet reminder that even in darkness there is purpose, and even in struggle there is light. Thank you for joining me tonight, my fellow adventurers. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with the warmth of a crackling fire, the wisdom of old tales, and the gentle embrace of a world where even the fiercest warriors find peace. Good night.